Okay, I don't know if you can hear me properly. Yes. Okay. Thank you so much. You can hear me online as well. No, they can hear me now. Yes. Okay. Sorry. Just for everybody's benefit online, I just wanted to say that we're really happy and privileged to have Geshe Sherab with us today. And we were just saying about Geshe and where he's studied, and he's the current resident teacher at Noble Lake. Yes. And for 6 months, he's at New Mexico. And then for the rest of 6 months, he teaches at other centers at FPMT. So Geshe Sherab, connects with me and with all of us here. He connects deeply with all of us, and he presents Dharma in a very accessible and deep, profound way. And I hope we're all fortunate to have him here today. And thank you so much, Geshe, for the weekend's teaching. Okay, I will hand it. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. And thank you very much for coming and joining today for the weekend. And again, it's nice, wonderful to be back after maybe 4 or 5 years, my last visit before the COVID. And again, it's nice to see some of the friends that I've familiar faces that I've known for a few years. And then some of you for the first time. And I think I'm going to start the day with trying to generate a good intention for being here, motivational intentions. From Buddhist point of view, it's important to start anything with the best intention as much as possible. And then we'll do maybe 3 recitation of the Buddha's Shakyamuni's mantras, just to invoke the blessings. And then we'll start the talk. Okay. So again, just try to relax. And make yourself comfortable. And try to bring your mind to the breath as you breathe in and out. Watching it mindfully and being aware of that. Then we can try to reflect and contemplate that if our mind is not happy, If our mind is disturbed and agitated, no matter what the external conditions are, even the weather might be very good, even you might be living your favorite place, your favorite house, with your favorite food, whatever, with your best friends, families. At that time, in that moment when your mind is disturbed and agitated, despite all external conditions, best external conditions, one is not happy. There's no peace. Joy in your mind. It's clear that is our experience. On the other hand, the weather might not be best, we might not be best in the best, your favorite place. We might not be surrounded by our close ones, friends. But there is sense of peace in your mind, joy, happiness. Despite all these external conditions, you can be still happy, peaceful, satisfied. So what that shows is very clearly to have sense of inner peace, satisfaction, joy, happiness. It comes through inside, not from outside. Therefore, it's clear that we need to work with our mind, pay more attention to our mind. And train and discipline our mind. Through meditation practices, and to be able to meditate, practice correctly, continuously, we need to study, learn. We need to be reminded of those practices. And that is why we have come here together. May us here coming together to listen and to engage in discussions, reflection, contemplations. May all this become cause and conditions to improve our state of mind, our attitudes. And become cause and conditions to achieve fully awakened state, so we can be most help and benefit to all sentient beings. And for that, we need all the blessings of the all enlightened beings. And for that, we invoke and request for the blessings. Ayata Om Mune Mune Ma Monaye Soha. Ayata Om Mune Mune Ma Monaye Soha. Ayata Om Mune Mune Ma Monaye So. Sangye Chedan Sogi Chonam La Chanchu Padu Dani Kyapsu Che Dagi Chushe Gi Beso Nam Gi Dola Penche Sangye Duba Sho Sangye Chedan Sogi Chonam La Chanchu Padu Dani Kyapsu Che Dagi Chushe Gi Beso Nam Gi Dola Penche Sangye Duba Sho Sangye Chedan Soge Chonam La Chanchu Padu Dani Kyapsu Che Dagi Shushe Gi Beso Nam Ki Dola Penche Sangye Duba. So I think this is because we're going to the chapter 7, and so I think this is the 7th year since I started teaching on this particular text. I think each year I've been covering one chapter, and it's one of very classical, important text written by one of earlier great Indian scholar masters from the Nalanda in India, around 7th, 8th centuries, Shantideva. And the title of the books, guides the Bodhisattva way of life. And just as the title suggests, is a practice, teachings, guideline of how to live the Bodhisattva way of life, how to practice the Bodhisattva practices. So, Bodhisattva is someone, before we talk about the practice of Bodhisattvas, without going much, but just to kind of, Bodhisattva is someone that who have cultivated spontaneous, awakening mind that comes through, unconditional, unbiased, true love and compassion. So out of true love, compassion, with unconditional, unbiased, on the basis of that, then the wish to achieve your own highest potential, fully awakened state, so you can be greatest help and benefit, driven by that true love and compassion. And so that is that awakening mind is the Bodhicitta mind, and someone who have developed that awakened mind is the Bodhisattvas. and the Bodhisattvas are those who dedicate their life for the benefit of others. Totally for the well-being of others, totally dedicating their life, And so, and there are, the many different Bodhisattva practices, it's known as 10 perfections or paramita or 6 paramitas. And this guide to Bodhisattva way of life, he explained the 6 paramitas. And so we have kind of discussed about some of paramitas and the practice or paramita of generosity, the practice and the paramita of moral discipline, and the practice and paramita of the patience. And then today we are going to be discussing during this weekend the practice and paramita of joyous effort in virtues. So that is part of is within the 6 paramita is the 4th one. And again, since we have been studying that text, so I will go into the text itself following that. Again, definitely, if you are interested, the root text is wonderful text. Those who are interested to studies, and there are so many commentaries. You can find so many different commentaries because it's so popular. So for those who are interested to kind of study and learn more about this particular text and other chapter as well, but today, during this weekend, we are going to be covering the chapter 7 on diligence or perseverance, enthusiasm, whatever different word that we might use. And since we have been going through chapter per chapter and by verses, so I think I might have to go through it. Sometimes even though it feels like it's better to go with the verse, subject itself. But when you are studying particular text, so then we go through based on that particular text. And there are many translations, and as it is given in the, I think, website, I think they have given, I don't know whether I have the same translation, but I will see. So I downloaded one of the version that was given on website by the one by the Pemakara. I think there is in the website there was 2 versions, one by the Alan Wallace and one by Pemakara, and then of course there is also Stephen Batchelor's translation as. So at least there are 3 different translations that I'm aware of. Probably there are more than that. But the version I have today is based on Pemagara, because that was what was on the waves. I just kind of took from there. So in the first verse, you can see why we need to develop the diligence, the practice, or the paramita of diligence. And as I mentioned, when you practice in those 6 paramita, when you have better, stronger foundation of previous paramita, it helps to practice for the next paramita. The stronger practice you have paramita of generosity, that helps you to have a stronger practice of paramita moral discipline. When you have stronger moral discipline, it helps you to have a stronger practice, next practice of patience. When you have a stronger practice of patience, it helps to develop diligence. And so that is here. Thus with the patience, so the patience, the previous chapter and the practice, I will start with diligence. For in such diligence, enlightenment is found. So when we have stronger practice of patience, especially when you have stronger practice of patience with, hardship, difficulties, that you don't easily give up, you don't easily be discouraged because of some of the challenges, because some of the hardship in your practice, when you have stronger patience with that, then that helps you to have a stronger diligence in your practice, because you have that patience, the ability to withstand some of the challenges, some of the hardship that we might face, And so that helps you to have this, continue to have enthusiasm in your practice without losing that enthusiasm or the diligence. And we need that kind of diligence and enthusiasm for the success of our path, So without the such enthusiasm or diligence, you cannot make progress on your spiritual path, And without making a progress on a spiritual path, gradually, step by step, one cannot achieve the enlightenment. In order to achieve the enlightenment, you need to have strong diligence, in your practice, in your path. And then example giving here is, if no winds blow, then nothing stirs. And neither is there merit without diligence. So, because of the wind, then it blows the storm, the clouds, and through that storm and the clouds, rains started to pour, and through the rains, then things started to grow, And that, so the diligence is like that wind that blows, that blows the rain, the clouds, the storm, and that allow the plants to grow. Similarly, it is through the winds of that diligence that help us to grow the spiritual realizations, the virtues within our mind, the plant of the virtues, the plant of the spiritual realization with our mind, within our mind stream through that diligence. And here also it says, without diligence, one cannot create merit. And without creating merit, then again, one cannot achieve enlightenment. Merit is the positive energy, positive forces, virtuous forces, the conducive conditions that help for the growth of our spiritual experiences and realizations, and for the growth and fully development of that, And so here then, the second verse, it describes what diligent here means, okay? What exactly is the diligent? So here it is, diligence means joy in a virtuous way. So when we talk about the Bodhisattva practice, the paramita of diligence, we are not talking about just kind of effort or diligence in anything. We are talking about diligent and enthusiasm towards certain virtues way of certain virtues, The diligent, the enthusiasm towards non-virtues is not the diligence we are talking about here. The paramita of the Bodhisattvas. Are we clear? We could have enthusiasm in doing something non-virtuous. We could have put a lot of hardship and effort in something non-virtuous. That is still diligent. It's still hard work, effort. But here, when we talk about paramita of diligence, as the Bodhisattva practice, the object of your diligence, the enthusiasm, effort has to be something virtuous. The object has to be something virtuous, not a non-virtuous. So therefore, that is what it means. And then, what are the obstacles? So in terms of how to develop the enthusiasm, diligence in the virtues, like everything, you have to overcome the obstacle, interference, and you need to gather the conducive conditions. And then when you are free from the obstacles and when you have gathered the conducive conditions, and then on the basis of that, when you engage in something, you will have more success, whether it is our spiritual practice or anything. Two things: clearing the obstacles, creating the conducive conditions. And when that is done, on the basis of that, then then when you engage into whatever activities, project, here, of course, spiritual project, then you have more success. So then overcoming the obstacles, what are the obstacles? So the obstacles is the kind of laziness. So here it says, it's contrast, like contradictions or the opposite. Contrasts have been defined as laziness. One, laziness, that you don't have physically, mentally, kind of enthusiasm or kind of energy to do something, being kind of feeling like tired physically or mentally, not having the kind of the energies, So laziness, that is one. An inclination for unwholesomeness, okay? Because here we are talking about cultivating a enthusiasm towards virtues, something wholesome, okay? And when you have inclination to something unwholesome, non-virtuous, that become obstacles. And then defeatism and self-contempt. And so that is another obstacles, is low self-esteem, not having belief, trust in your own ability, your own potentials. When you don't have that kind of confidence and trust in your own potentials, in your own ability, then that becomes obstacles, because that doesn't give you the driving force to do something. It doesn't give you, because you don't trust, you don't believe in yourself or your ability. So that is another obstacles. So these are the three kind of obstacles, opposite energies that create obstacles to develop true enthusiasm or diligence in our virtues. So what is the laziness? Because we talk about three, the author here talk about three main obstacles. And so then, what is the laziness? And so here he says in verse number 3, a taste for idle pleasure and a craving for repose and sleep. And then no clumps about the sorrow of samsara, and laziness indeed is born from this. So the laziness arises from that, laziness, too much attached to sleeping, one, If you sleep too much, then you don't like to wake up, you don't want to do anything, you just want to lie down in the bed. Even if you have laid down 8 hours, still you feel like I could lay down half more hour, 1 more hour. Still you feel like I could lay down. And that takes away a lot of, that become obstacles to practice. Then a lot of time is taken away by that. We cannot find time to do practice, meditations, because of attachments, craving for that, It's not just physical requirements. Sometimes we sleep more than our physical requirements because we are attached. We don't want to get out of the bed feeling warm, And, being attached to, ideal pleasures, lot of other things, And due to being so attached to them, again, we cannot find time for our spiritual practice, meditations. We become too busy with all other things, who doesn't necessarily really serve much. We can be kind of attached, obsessed, almost to news, for example. We can spend hours and hours listening to news, same thing repeating again and again. There's nothing new to learn. Do you get it? You already got information what is going wherever that is. Probably you want to be aware of that, be informed of some things, but then you watch that repeating days, weeks, nothing new much, and you spend so much hour, consume your time, consume your energy, all of that in that, And then, all others kind of, different kind of entertainment that we can get so attached to. And then again, we spend so much time on those things. And then one days, weeks, months, years, and your life is gone. And what did you achieve? Well, I've watched this, but from that, what did you really achieve? How many hours we did spend if we calculate? And because of that, then we struggle to find time to our spiritual studies, practice, We struggle to find time, we struggle to find the energy, we struggle to find the enthusiasms, and because we are attached to all of that, and because of that, then different kind of, laziness towards our practice and virtues arises, No. And even though, the samsara in the nature of, suffering and problems, but not recognizing that, we get attached to the samsara and samsara experience and samsara excellent. And due to that, then we get attached to them. If we really recognize and understand, no matter how excellent it is, as long as it's something samsaric, no matter what, at the end, they do not really lead us to really lasting happiness. Nothing really lead us to true happiness. All of them lead into a lot of time, disappointment later, a lot of time. They change into something sweet being sour and bitter later. At the very beginning, it felt like it was sweet. Later, it become very bitter and sour. A lot of those experience. And even it doesn't really become sweet to sour and bitter, even it doesn't lead us to fully that, but still even those sweetness, little bit of pleasure that we call joy, they do not last. They are very temporary. Very temporary. If one is recognize that, if we really understand that, then we will be less attached to them. We will be less attached to them. Less attachment, less clinging and grasping to them. And if you have less attachment to them, you will be less distracted to them. And you will have more time, energy towards your own spiritual practice, towards virtues, something positive, something more meaningful, So, in verse number 9, snared by the tribe of the defiled emotions, enmeshed and taken in the toll of birth, again you have strayed into the mouth of death. What is it? Have you not still understood? So this is kind of, these are a lot of exercise is talking with yourself. Talking with yourself is a discussion with yourself, or with your mind. And sometimes some of those teachings, when you will see some verses being critical of yourself. And sometimes we need to be critical. It's not to be critical all the time. If you are critical all the time, it's not good, either yourself or with others. But there are times we have to be critical as well. We have to understand, find the right when to be critical and when to be less critical and more, more kind of, let's say, patience, compassion. When we are being really lazy, sometimes we have to be critical. And that is where here the verse here is saying, you will find sometimes quite in the teaching from time to time. And a lot of those practices are like that, we have to apply according to the situations, according to the situation, different practice, different meditations, according to the different situation, different state of minds, So here is telling to yourself, when you are being tried by the delusions, your mind and yourself totally kind of under the nets of the delusions, and you are in the mouth of like lot of death, that where death could come anytime, any moment. How he's saying, how can I be so lazy? How can I be so lazy? And just not to engage in the practice. So through that kind of being critical and then kind of waking you up yourself, it's like saying wake up. It's saying like wake up to yourself. Don't you understand? Talking with yourself, your mind. Don't you understand? Don't you understand? You are in the nets of the delusion, trapped by the delusion and karma. And you have been trapped that way for a long time. Don't you understand? Isn't it now time to get free from that nets, from the prison of that delusions? Isn't it time to get out of that delusion now? So, what is it? Have you not still understood that? How come that you have still not understood that? Don't you see, verse number 5, how one by one death has come for all your kind? So here saying, if you look around yourself, don't you see your family members, your friends, your colleagues who have died, so many of them, If we look in our own family, how many we have lost, so many families, each of us, friends, colleagues that we have known since our births, that we have met in our life at a certain time, and if we watch the news, we hear so many people dying all the time, and not is, is everything, every death is not reported, every second, every minute, someone is dying. Someone is dying. Every minute, every second, someone is dying. And it's not that someone is dying and we are not going to die. We are no different from them. Just as death has struck them, it could struck us anytime, any moment. So again, here is being again with, don't you understand that? So if we understand the impermanent nature, especially death impermanent nature, then you will be less attached to all these things. Not being aware of that makes us more distracted to the worldly samsaric, not so much meaningful things. If we are more aware of that, we will be less distracted. So therefore here is, to overcome, or to reduce certain level of strong attachment, desire for samsaric pleasure, samsaric excellence, worldly things, we have to do the meditation on death impermanent. So here that is where it is. And yet you slumber on so soundly like a buffalo beside its butcher. So it's just giving an example. Even buffalo, maybe sometimes they understand, So here is saying, buffalo who is going to be butchered, maybe today, tomorrow, next week, because if they don't recognize, if they are not aware, they are going to butcher, they will not try to escape. They will just soundly sleep, being very comfortable there. But if they are aware that they could be butchered today, tomorrow, next week, they will try to escape if there is a way for them to escape. Of course, it's another thing whether they can escape or not, whether they can do that. But if they are aware of that, definitely they will not just sleep soundly like they are doing that Instead, they will try to find a way to escape from being butchered, being slaughtered. So here is same, at the moment, just like that, the animal, like a buffalo, not knowing that going to be butchered, they don't try to escape from there. Same way when we don't understand impermanent, death could come to us. Not only come, it could come to us anytime. When you feel like, it's not coming, then you feel like that butcher, not trying to escape from the karma and the delusions, trying to get rid of, free yourself from karma and the delusions. It's just like sleeping very soundly. But if you have that awareness, if someone has that awareness through meditation on impermanence in general, and especially death impermanence, not only death impermanence, meaning that we are going to die, but being aware that death could come anytime. Death could come in, 50 years. It could come in 30 years. It could come in 10 years. It could come in 5 years. It could come in this year. Or it could come in this month. Or even this week. Or even today. If we have that awareness all the time that death could come anytime, then you always try to, think before the death come, how can I practice? How can I practice, prepare myself, practice more, engage in the practice more before that comes, so you will be less distracted, less lazy. So that is the death meditations is a very powerful meditations. Very powerful, that meditation and that awareness is very powerful meditation to prepare ourselves, better, and to engage more virtues, and to have more enthusiasm and more diligent in our practice and meditations. So that is to have that awareness all the time, helps a lot to help in our practice. So here, all the paths of flight are blocked. So saying, like the path of the flight or the journey to the liberations and enlightenment are blocked due to our delusions, due to our contaminated actions and the delusions. As long as we have those delusions, as long as we are under the influence, control of those afflictive, contaminated actions, then the path is blocked. Death had come. The Lord of Death now has you in His sight. As mentioned, the death could come anytime. There is no guarantee that we are going to have a long life because we are young, because we are healthy at the moment. We see every day, young people passing away, healthy people passing away. We see very often children passing before even grandparents sometimes, even before their grandparents, sometimes even great-grandparents. Just because you are young, it doesn't mean you are going to have you are going to outlive those who are older than yourself. Because you are healthy doesn't mean you are going to outlive than those who have some other illness at the moment. There are a lot of people, healthy people dying before people who have illness, chronic or non-chronic different illness. One of the things that kind of make us feel that I will not die very soon is because we feel like age on my side, health is on my side, all those different reasons that we feel while I still have more time. But that can be very deceiving. That could be very deceiving. And so through such meditation, then we don't take anything for granted. Do you get it? When we have that awareness of that impermanence, how it could come anytime, then we don't take for granted that I will have such and such because I'm young or healthy. Because that is one of the obstacles, because we feel, even though we feel, if we come with what are the important in our life, we can have a list, what is most important, second most important, third most. We can have a list of that. And sometimes the first important in our life, probably we think I will have time to do that. Let me take care of those list with number 10. Do you get it? Even though number first is more important, but we feel like I can take care of that later. Let me complete the number 10, 9. And that is based on, because I will have enough time to take care of the one on the first number. And if we die without having to finish the first, how much regret, remorse we will have. On one. And secondly, something that you feel most important, which you have not been able to accomplish, that you want to accomplish. And the reason is because we always felt we will have time to do that. But that can be very misleading. And so when we have that awareness, then it doesn't lead us to that kind of misleading. Then we feel, since I do not know how much time I have, I might not have, since, because it could come any time, any moment, nobody really knows. Therefore, first is let me take care of the first number. Because that is the most important for me. Similarly, for a Dharma practitioner, for the Bodhisattvas, the first list is to practice the Dharma. And so then that comes, that first you try to find time for that. You try to find time for that. And you will be able to find time for that. How can you take such pleasure in your food, and how can you delight in rest and sleep? So again, enjoying the food itself is not a problem. Enjoying the sleep is not a problem, Rest and enjoying the resting is not a problem. But when you are attached to them, that becomes the problem. Okay? Without attachments, you enjoy those, is not a problem. Your body requires sleep, rest, food. And not only your body required, to enjoy it is not a problem. Not only is it not a problem, is about how can you enjoy on the maximum, how can you get the maximum joy out of it. And when you have less attachment, you can have more enjoyment. More attachment, less enjoyment. And so here, when you see the verse here, How can you take such pleasure in your food? And how can you delight to rest and sleep? It doesn't mean just enjoying itself, but it's more of with attachment. The problem is the attachments. When you are attachment, there's clinging, grasping to that. And with that attachment, a lot of time, again, as I mentioned before, it leads to kind of disappointment and unhappy state of mind. Attachment comes with a lot of expectations, and so forth. Number 7, death will stop on you so swiftly, So again, as mentioned, if we really meditate, think, death could come so quickly, In this year, I have kind of lost 5 people close. Almost, I didn't expect any of them. Maybe with one, maybe we knew it was coming to some degree, but we didn't know it was coming so fast in that way, But most of them, unexpected, suddenly. Nobody saw it coming. And that could happen to us too. The friends, family didn't come, it's coming. Nor they themselves saw it coming. We always thought, it's coming in long, we know it's coming on the backside, in the back of our head, we know it is coming one day, but always not this year, We didn't saw it coming this year. You always feel there was more times. But the fact and reality is came and caught everyone by surprise. The members who lost their life and the family, everyone's friends, families. So it could come so swiftly, so quickly, so fast. And that could also happen to us. It's not like it happened to them, but it could happen to us too. So being aware of that is helpful, beneficial. Not to make you fearful, but being aware of that, that not to take anything for granted, including your lifespan. When you take for granted, then that becomes a problem, could be a problem. And so, that will stop you on so swiftly. Therefore, gather, meditate till the moment comes. So therefore, before the death comes quickly, whatever time we have, many years, 1 year, few months, few weeks, few days, whatever time we might have before that, try to make most of it. By engaging something more meaningful, something virtuous, something wholesome. Because that is what really helps us. That is what really helps us in long term. Nothing else. No matter how much we have all these kind of samsaric pleasure and memories, it's just a memory. It doesn't really help you so much in long term. So what really what is most meaningful, helpful, beneficial for us, So while whatever you have, then try to spend more time on that. Try to give more energy towards that. Try to, make more time and effort towards that. And here, engage in something wholesome, something virtuous, something creating a virtuous merit, wholesome. That will help us in this moment, that will help us later, and that will help us on the futures, And so, for even if you then throw off your indolence, what will you do when there is no more times? Yeah. So at the moment when you have time, try to practice. When it comes, that comes suddenly, then even you want to do something, it might be too late. And therefore, while you have the time now, without wasting it, without being too lazy, try to practice as much as possible. Thus I have not done, and this, verse number 8, I'm only starting, and this I'm only halfway through. Then is the sudden coming of the Lord of Death, and the thought, alas, I'm finished. So here is saying that the death of the Lord, or the death doesn't wait you, or doesn't wait because you have just started the project, okay? Or it will not stop because you have started a project and you are halfway, you have not finished. Or it will not wait because you are just starting off, you are just thinking of starting a project. The death doesn't wait for that. Whether you have started some project, whether you are thinking of starting a project, whether you are halfway in the project, whether you are almost finishing your project, it doesn't wait. If it waits, then at least we say, let me finish this project. I've started, and then after that I can do something. But it doesn't wait for that. It could stuck, it could come anytime. And then, no. So again, meditate and contemplate on that, And therefore, with that understanding meditations, then we don't try to push our practice, postponing it. I can do tomorrow, I can do next week, I can do next month, I can do next years. A lot of time we might be pushing that, with a kind of belief that we have all the time, with a belief that we have all the time to do that. But again, as mentioned before, it can be misleading and deceiving, that kind of thinking, because we might not have all this time. We might not have all the time we think that we will have, or we might have. And when the death comes, when suddenly, unexpectedly, suddenly death comes, then, we could have a lot of regret, remorse for not having done all the things that we want to do, or important things that we want to achieve and do. So then in verse number 9, you will look upon the faces of your hopeless friends. their tear-stained cheeks, their red and swollen eyes. For such will be the depth of their stress. So just by looking at them, they know that there's no hope of making it. Even they try to present good face, but you can see in their face how stressed they are, how sad they are, how much grief they are going through. You can see, no matter how much they try to, not show it, and try to show the kind of being strong, but you can see, you can feel it, how much. And when that happens, and then, you know that even they says, oh, you are going to be okay, fine, everything is going fine, it is not going to be fine. You know that you are not going to make it. Even when they say, oh, trying to give you hope, trying to encourage you, trying to give, oh, everything will be just fine, everything will be just fine. You are going to come out of it. You will make it. But you know that you are going to not make it. When that times come at that point, then a lot of things will, a lot of different thoughts, feelings, emotion will arise, And it could lead to a lot of fear, worry, anxieties, regret. Well, I should have done that. I shouldn't have done that. I should have practiced. I should have given more time. I should have studied all of that. At that time, is almost too late. You don't have the time anymore. Even you feel like that doing that. So instead of having all this fear, worry, unprepared, and regret, remorse at that time, if we prepare now, you will not feel that way at that time. You are well prepared. You are well prepared. You have less regret, this remorse. You have tried to do as much as you can what you want to do, the practice. You have less regret, less remorse, less fear because you have prepared yourself better. Less worry because you have prepared yourself better. And when you are able to deal that situation with much more calm, peaceful, because you have less fear, less remorse, less worry, not only it make you much more peaceful, calm, but also it help people who are around there, to see how well you are dealing with that difficult situations. It also gives them some kind of comfort, comfort instead of so much pain and sufferings. So here, next one, the memory of former sin will torture you, and scream and din of hell break in your ears, and with very terror you will fall yourself. What will you do in such deliriums? So, it will be very difficult, at that time, if we don't have a strong, good practice, and if we are not prepared well. As I mentioned, at that time, sometimes your mind started to kind of replay everything of your life, revisiting. It's like replaying the movie, And a lot of time, all the bad things we do, we remember that. Do you get it? As I was talking on Wednesday, our mind is such, the bad things we remember, memory is stronger. The good things, the memory is not so strong. We tend to forget more easily. The positive things, the good things, we tend to forget them easily. Something bad happens, it seems to stuck in our mind more strongly, more clearly. And so that, when you kind of try to rewind and look, then you start to remember and think all the things, not the good, pleasant ones, maybe unpleasant one, And then we might feel with a lot of regret, a lot of remorse. And that is not something, again, positive, healthy, And so, and even we want to do something, it feels like it's too late at that time, But at the moment, by reflecting, meditating on that impermanence, and through that awareness, if we are able to, prepare ourselves, through our practice, then you will have less, better prepared, less of all this fear, worry, regret, and more calm, peaceful, And so that is why it's better to prepare yourself. And to prepare yourself better, meditating on that impermanence is very helpful. If like a living fish that twists and writhes, you are so terrified while still alive. What need to speak of pain unbearable in hells created by past life evil deeds, How can you remain at ease like this when you have done the deeds that lead and to contact you on your tender baby flesh on boiling liquid in the hell of extreme heat? So tasty and thin skin, you want result without endeavor. Many are troubles now in the store for you. Through in the grip of death, you are behaving like a god, and suffering at last will beat you down. So again, it is again kind of being critical yourself, beating up yourself a little bit through such. Again, is a way to kind of wake you up from being too lazy, to being too lazy and just, so it is saying, if we don't engage in the virtues, wholesome actions, and if we continue to engage in unwholesome actions, the result is going to be something unpleasant. The consequences of our unwholesome action is not going to be something pleasant. It's going to be something unpleasant. That is the way law of cause and effect, The result, consequences are similar to the cause. If the cause is something unpleasant, unwholesome, non-virtuous, the result is going to be something painful, suffering. And so therefore, while engaging in something unwholesome, non-virtuous, and expecting something, a pleasant result, it doesn't function that way. things does not go the way you wish, it doesn't follow your wish, it follows the cause and conditions. If I don't create the cause and conditions, even I wish it, it doesn't come. If I create the cause and conditions, whether I wish it or not, it will come. It's about creating cause and conditions. And so that is what the law of cause and effect is. The karma is about cause and effect. When you create certain cause and conditions, there will be certain particular consequences. And so negative cause and condition produce negative consequences, negative result, something painful, something sufferings, And so therefore, if we become lazy not to engage in the virtues, instead, we get attached and distracted towards the non-virtues, towards the unwholesome negative actions, then as a result, as a consequence, it will be something painful, suffering, and undesirable, something unwanted, pain and sufferings. So through that kind of understanding, reflections, then we try to not get attached or distracted to non-virtue, unwholesome actions, and instead try to direct our energy, our forces towards something virtuous. If we want something, if we wish pleasant experience, good result, happiness, then we have to create cause and condition for that. And that is engaged in something virtuous. Something virtuous, something meaningful, virtuous and wholesome. Verse number 14. So take advantage of this human boat. Free yourself from sorrow's mighty streams. This vessel, this human body, will be later hard to find. The time that you have now, you fool, is not for sleep. So, a lot of the practitioners or a lot of the masters, they seem to be very focused on spending too much time on sleeping. And again, you can see here too, because we do spend a lot of time in sleeping. If we take every day, 7-8 hours each day, means a lot. Of course, each of our body requirement might be different, but I don't know. A lot of the masters, they think we can function well even without that much amount of sleep. Even though most in a lot of science, they seem to indicate, we need 8 hours, 7 hours sleep. But a lot of the masters seems to, and so I think that is why maybe here also, Milarepa used to not sleep and take awake, meditating all the time. One of our teacher, Lama Soba Rinpoche, doesn't sleep at all. At least I know for last 40, 50 years. Probably he might have slept when he was young, I'm not sure, but later. Seems like sometimes he'd take a short nap. Even that one I'm not sure whether he's meditating or taking a nap, but we do see him for hours or a couple of half hour, 15 minutes, but never sleep. And practice and day and night, And that also, there are many, and like in the old time, in certain traditions, lineage, when they do a long retreat, and sometimes they do 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, sometimes maybe whole their life, they have one box. That is all. They sleep there. They don't lay down. Just enough box for just to sleep. And when they sleep, they just kind of, not really sleep it, they just take a nap or rest a little bit like that for hours or something. So anyway, that thought just came into my mind because there is so much about sleep here, don't get attached to sleep. With so many verses, he keep on repeating that. So, because we do spend a lot of time on that, so that is where he. So here is talking about, understand this precious human life is like a vessel, a boat to cross from one place to another place where you want to go. Similarly, we use this precious human rebirth to cross the ocean of the samsara to the shore of enlightenment. And as he said, so understanding the potential of this human life, the potential, the preciousness of this human life, the potential and preciousness of this human life, with that understanding, make most use of it. It's like, let's say, this side there is so much problem, this side of the, let's say, shore or the island, and then other side, free from all this problem, suffering that we have here on this side. And you have a boat to cross there. If you get a boat, one time to cross it, you will take opportunity to that. That you don't want to lose that opportunity within you, You don't want to lose that opportunity. You will grab on that opportunity to take that boat to cross there. And so here, that same thing. This side in samsara is full of suffering, full of problem. Other side, nirvana, is free from all the sufferings, free from all the problem. True, lasting, everlasting happiness. And there is an opportunity for cross from this side to that side. And that there is a boat that take you there, and you don't want to miss that opportunity. And this human life is like that boat. This human life is like boat that you get one opportunity to take there. And so therefore here the message is, do not waste that opportunity. Do not waste that opportunity. Because, as it says, it's hard to find again. It's rare. Such opportunity doesn't come present again and again. If it is presented again and again, even we miss the first flight, we can take the second flight. Even if we miss the second flight, we can take the next flight. If there is so much option and if there it is not so, but here, such precious human life is also very rare. It's not easy to have that again and again. With that understanding, the preciousness, the potential of this human life, and then how rare and difficult to find it again, and it is the best vessel or like the boat to cross to the nirvana, the other shore of the nirvana. So therefore, make most of it. Make most of it. That is the advice. That is the advice. Is do not waste it. That is the main thing. Do not waste it. Do not let go this opportunity and waste it, and make most out of this human life. Instead of being so distracted and attached to sleep and other things, samsaric pleasure and samsaric excellence, and therefore not having the opportunity to practice and to free yourself and to cross from samsara to nirvana, losing that opportunity. And so here saying, do not let go of that opportunity. You turn back upon the secret doctrine, supreme joy and boundless source of bliss. So that is the other shore. The other shore of the samsara, is the nirvana, And that nirvana, what lead to that nirvana, supreme joy and boundless happiness, what lead to that is the path, is the Dharma path, the path, the secret doctrine or the Dharma, secret Dharma, and that is the path, So here you say you turn back against that path, which is the source of, supreme joy and bliss. Why delight in a mere excitement, in distraction that will cause you miseries? So here, there is here two options. Here he is talking about. One, if you choose this path, it's going to lead you to the boundless supreme joy and happiness. If you follow this path, it's going to lead you to misery. And so instead of going this path that leads you to supreme joy and boundless bliss and happiness, why do you choose? Or why do you go in the other path that only lead you in the misery, suffering, long term? Don't you aware of that? Don't you recognize that? That's what saying, And again, this is something we need to reflect, contemplate, We have been, attached to all this samsaric pleasure, and we have been trying to run after them, trying to have those experience and objects that lead to those experience. And where are we? Are we more happier? Are we more joyful? Or are we still same, or maybe even more misery? If that has been our experience in the past, and if we follow the same pattern, same path, that is what is going to lead. The problem with us, we repeat same thing with expecting different result each time. That is the problem. I follow this, it doesn't really give me true meaning, true happiness, joy in the past, but if I keep repeating, maybe that will change. Next time, maybe I can have true peace and happiness. Seems like we are doing same thing almost like repeat with the expectation to have a different result than previous one, and keep on having the same result. And so therefore here, the author Shantideva is saying, don't you recognize that? If you recognize that, then try to stop following this path, that you lose the distractions, following the attachment to those things, because that will only lead you to more disappointment, and that will only lead you to more unhappiness, more miseries. Instead, follow the path that leads you to true lasting happiness. Verse number 6 is, do not downcast, but marshal all your power. Make an effort to be master of yourself. So, do not put down yourself, your ability, your potentials, and marshal all your power, all the conducive conditions, to build up that kind of self-confidence, self-confidence and belief and trust in your own self, your potentials, your abilities, And with that, through such conducive conditions, with that kind of support, make an effort to be a master of yourself, make, through the practice of, through that kind of self-belief, confidence in yourself, in your abilities, with that, supported by others, conducive conditions, and through the practice of mindfulness and introspections, then make an effort and then become master of yourself, instead of being the slave of delusions and contaminated action karma. Instead of being yourself prisoner or the slave of your own delusions and your own contaminated karma, instead, try to be a master of yourself, have control over yourself, control over your mind, and become yourself the masters and not the prisoner, and through such, with such control and master on yourself with the effort on your practice as well. Then practice the equality of self and others, and practice the exchange of self and others. And through such effort, through mindfulness, introspection, and effort, then try to engage in the practice of equalizing and exchanging self with others, the bodhicitta mind, the practice, that which the author will describe in the next chapter, chapter 8, is where he describes more details on this particular meditation and practice of exchanging and equalizing self with others. And so here he's saying, and that is the core, kind of the heart of the Bodhisattvas practice, exchanging and equalizing self with others. Mm? So yeah, I think maybe, I don't know if I could take few questions instead of me talking too much. Yes. Okay, I can see at least two now. Okay. You want to pass to Degili here and there?
Earlier, you were saying that the karma is what's driving the result, and that setting intention doesn't really make any difference. That it's going to be the karma that's going to play out. So what's the point of intention? Because I know it's a big teaching, to set intention.
Uh-huh. For a couple, I think maybe one, of course, the intention drive us to do something, okay? Intention a driving force. But even you have intention, if you don't do it, then it doesn't lead anywhere. Let's say I have the wish to go to the town, but if I never go to the town, I wouldn't be able to do what I want to do. But having that wish is the first step that makes me to go there, wanting to go there. And it is the same even in Bodhicitta. We talk about aspiring Bodhicitta, engaging Bodhicitta. And if you don't have the engaging Bodhicitta, just aspiring Bodhicitta doesn't take you to the enlightenment. Aspiring Bodhicitta is the wish, aspiring you to go there and to be benefit, help, and to achieve enlightenment. Then the actual that lead you to there is the engaging Bodhicitta, when you actually engage into the practice itself. But definitely aspiring Bodhicitta help to have that inspiration, that wish. That is the one thing. And secondly, also definitely, I'm not saying that the wish or aspiring doesn't have any impact, whether it's positive or whether it's negative, that it doesn't have any impact. But to make changes, really changes, just that intention doesn't really make the changes. Out of that intentions, motivation, desire, then you really have to put in the practice. You really have to engage in to make the changes. So that is that's the point that I was trying to make. I might have wished to change the world or improve, but if I don't really put in actions to change it, it's not going to really happen. Just having that positive thought. Of course, that positive thought does have some effect in different level. But if I want to really see the change in the world that I want to see it, just wishing and having the wish to see the change doesn't happen. Someone has to make the change, Just wishing that I want to eat, if I don't cook it, if I don't work, the food is not going to come there and solve my problem of hunger and thirsty. I could have that wish, but that is not going to solve my problem of hunger and thirst. First I have the wish to do that, and then I have to cook, get the ingredient and cook or buy or whatever, So that was the main the theme of that what I was trying to say is, and even I didn't have any thoughts of, let's say, to If I'm feeling little hunger or little thirsty, even I don't have any intention and thought to kind of relieve that hunger and thirsting, but maybe I just started cooking or drink something, and that will solve my problem of hunger and thirsty. Even maybe, even I didn't have intention, obvious intention to that, maybe I just grab something and just drink it. So it is up. So that is where creating cause and conditions. And another example, is I plant something, I water, and I give everything that needed to grow. Whether I wish it to grow or not to grow, it will grow, because all the cause and conditions are there to grow. If I don't put all the seed and all the water and everything that is required, it doesn't grow. Even I wish them to grow. Even I wish, the plant to grow. I can wish that plant to grow every day, every week, every month for year and year, but it's not going to go. It's not going to grow unless all the cause and conditions come together. And that is what it is. More than the wish, it is the creating the cause and conditions that create the result. So it is not that wish doesn't play any role, but it's more, is creating the cause and conditions is the more important to make things happen. Yes?
Is there an intention for consciousness or something to enter into samsara liberally?
Uh-huh. Yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah, I think, I think there could be, for some, it could be even intentionally kind of being there, just like sometimes people seem to be even attached to the suffering for some reasons, suffering to the pain. And when they are in certain state of mind, maybe when you are in a good state of mind, probably maybe positive and healthy and good state of mind, probably you will not be attached to the pain. But sometimes when you are in certain state of mind, and when your mind is not so healthy and you reach certain state of mind, sometimes, I don't know, it seems like certain people get attached to even the pain, So if that is the case, then it is possible for someone even intentionally being kind of attached to samsara, in that. But of course, another things, sometimes you get attached to samsara, even intentionally, because you don't understand samsara as a samsara. Not recognizing samsara as a samsara, then on the basis thinking that samsaric pleasure is true pleasure, samsaric happiness, seeing as a true happiness, then they can voluntarily or intentionally get attached to that because they don't understand that samsara as a samsara. They don't understand the nature of samsara as a samsara. That is why the first teachings of Four Noble Truth, understanding the suffering as a suffering. For a lot of others, they understand certain kind of suffering as a suffering, but some kind of suffering they don't understand as suffering. Instead, they get mistaken to a happiness. And due to that, then they get caught up in samsara and continues. And so therefore, I think, someone can still be knowingly get attached to samsara and engage that not knowing the nature of samsara. Yes, please.
This is a suggestion. When you speak about people who remember more what is negative than positive, in fact, I wonder, and maybe not the only one, that when something is negative, if you treat me bad, I will remember for sure. But if you are so kind, I will say, in my mind, it's normal. And this normality of the people take for granted often.
Mhm.
And in the mind, I wonder if we are set to perceive that whatever is good is normal. So I can remember it because it's one of the things, but the negative action that someone will have, I will remember because it hit me somewhere.
Uh-huh.
So I wonder what you think about that suggestion.
Can I ask that question? Sorry, can I rephrase that question? Just for the audience online.
Is it working?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So you want me to repeat?
Just if you could please.
Okay. Okay, I repeat. When things happen in life and they are good and positive, and someone is acting toward me with kindness, nice, etc., I speak in generality. I wonder if it is taken as granted. It is normal. It's normal. It's current. You're kind. It's normal. But if you are mean to me, then I will really resent it, and I will get you next time. You know, my mind will remember that. And I was wondering if it's an imprint that we get on meanness and not on kindness because of this set of mind. That's all.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. I really don't know personally, why. This is something also I've wondered for a long time. And I came across one book. I think it's called Wild Happiness, and it's by one of the psychologists. And in that book, he also talked a little bit about that. And in his theory is that because of the survival instinct, because so we're always watching for something dangerous, to survive, to protect ourselves. So our mind is more alert and in that way. So when something negative happens, that is why the attention goes there very quickly. Something positive, maybe not, the attention doesn't go there very quickly or attract quickly because of that kind of protecting yourself, kind of that survival instinct. And because of that also, then, in order to protect yourself, you are always kind of more aware in that, trying to protect yourself. And that was interesting. And again, that could be one of the reasons. I don't know. I don't know exactly. I haven't seen in Buddhist scriptures kind of answering that questions, why we seem to attract, or more than attract, why we seem to remember more of those, doesn't forget easily and retain those memory more long time than the good things, positive things, kindness and so forth, that we seem to forget that easily, and it doesn't retain in our mind for long. We don't remember so clearly as we remember something bad happens. I haven't really seen in any Buddhist scriptures answering that particular answer. Sometimes there is answer in Buddhist scriptures that I'm not aware, because I haven't even read 1 or 2% of what is there in the Buddhist scriptures. So from what I'm aware, but definitely when I was reading that book, it's called Wired Happiness, or Happiness Wired. It is called Wired Happiness, and in that he does talk about that, and so maybe that might be, again, that is one possibility. That could be, yeah. And then, as you said, that might be also another things, that good things maybe we take for granted, and then something bad things. I mean, definitely in a certain situation it is true. In a certain situation it is true, kind of grounded in titles, you are parents, so as a parent, that is what you should be doing, or as a children, that is what you should be doing. Sometimes there is some kind of taking for granted. As a parent, you are supposed to take care of me like that way, this way. As a child, you are supposed to take this in that way, and so maybe we take for granted in that way, in so many things. And then when something not treated so well, even on one instant, then it is kind of shock, because it is something not you expected. It's not something, so again, that could also, there is possible of that. So I really don't know, but that was one of the things that I saw, and that was, for me, it seems like to feel like that. I think probably that is the case, but I'm not 100% sure. Yeah.
Geshe, there are two questions.
Okay, please.
From Facebook and from Zoom. So the first question is, how do we find balance between daily practices and managing the realities of life, day-to-day life?
Yeah, I think practice doesn't always mean on cushions, trying to, of course, it's really important to find time to be on cushions, because that will be the kind of like the like the root. You try to, but then, you try to bring the practice in everyday life, while you are sleeping, while you are eating, while you are working, while you are interacting with others. And so if we can bring your practice in every aspect of your life, then of course, then you don't have to find 3 hours, 4 hours extra for your meditation and practice from what you are doing in everyday life. It is not like, I cannot find 1 hour or 2 hours or half hour or 3 hours in every day because I'm busy, job, families, other responsibilities. If we can really bring the practice in everything what we do, then you have practice, 24-hour time to practice, While you are cooking, while you are preparing, while you are eating, all of them can be practice. It's all about bringing your practice in that moment, in that time, and while you are driving, whatever. And so therefore you don't have to feel, if I don't have all this time, extra time, then I don't have the opportunity to practice the Dharma. Or sometimes that might be just our excuse. Sometimes that might be just our excuse not to bring the Dharma in our everyday life, what we do, and just saying, I'm so busy with my family's job, everything, I don't have time to do that. But if we can bring the practice while you are, whatever you are doing every day, then there is no excuse, you know. There's no excuse not having time to practice. Definitely you can have an excuse not to find extra time just for sitting quietly or whatever time. But in terms of practice, there's no excuse. You know, we can always bring practice in every aspect of our life. And that, if we can bring that, it will be more effective and more better result. Sometimes when we sit on cushion, good meditation, once we are out of cushions, then just normal, again, ordinary normal. And then sometimes we don't make much progress in that way. Yes, next questions.
I can ask the question, but it is lunchtime.
Okay, we can
Or we can do it in the
next sessions, yeah. Okay.
I also wanted to mention that, you know, you mentioned about practice and practicing it. Practice doesn't mean sitting on the cushion, right? I just want to say it's for everybody online and who's not able to be in the room. This is a very, very cold, chilly room that we are in, and everybody here is being very patient. I mean, this is like the embodiment of patience and digital diligence. Everybody has been listening to Geshe, and Geshe has been sitting here like, oh, you know, you're so comfortable. So you're really
Well, in my mind, I've tried to make it comfortable.
we have a lot to learn from you.
Yeah,
Yes.
thank you.
Okay. 1:30,
1:30.
but we have actually found a different room, so you know, the setting will change, so everyone online will see a different room, and we will be in a much warmer part of the.
So I don't have to create comfortable in my mind.
No, not anymore.
No, joking. Yeah.
But
Thank
this
you.
was good practice for us.
Yeah, definitely for all. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So welcome. Okay. Um, so before this morning, I think we finished verse number up to 16, and through the practice and meditation on impermanent in general, and especially that impermanent, we try to overcome the obstacles of being distracted and attachment to the worldly things and samsaric worldly excellent pleasure. And then one of the other obstacles that in the morning we talked about was not having the confidence and believe and trust in yourself that you can achieve here in these cases to achieve enlightenment, because that is one of the spiritual goal for the Bodhisattvas. For the Bodhisattvas is to achieve enlightenment so they can be greatest help and benefit to other sentient beings. Because if you are not enlightened, you can help others, but the help you can do is very limited. You can be benefit, you can be able to help, but how much help, how much benefit you can do will be limited, as well as the help benefit you will be temporary help benefit. You can help them with the different let's say, when someone is having a problem with hunger, thirsty, you might be able to help them to provide that. When someone is having a suffering, pain with not having enough shelters, warm, to keep them warm, maybe you might be able to help them providing the warm cloth or shelters. If they are having some problem with their health, maybe you might be able to help them by providing medication, treatments, or taking to some places where that is. So those kind of help, different support and help, we can be benefit. But still, that kind of help and support is still kind of temporary. You can help them to relieve their pain for one day, but how long? Maybe 1 week, maybe 1 month, maybe 1 year, and even you are helped with one particular their problem, but there are other problems they have, and so that is, so we can be help benefit, but still it will be very kind of temporary and limited. But if you become enlightened, then through your own experience, you can help them to, change their mind, their attitude, their perceptions. By changing their perceptions, by their mind, their state of mind, then you can help them in much more deeper level. It's not just a physical help, but it's more than that. When you have a strong mind, when you have developed a strong spiritual practice, when you have very strong mind and you have the mind that can attitude, the mind that can kind of adjust to different things, because your mind is not fixed, your mind is much more flexibility, and you have many different way of looking at things, seeing things differently. Through that, you can deal with any kind of difficulty without feeling so much pain and sufferings. Of course, you might have some physical discomfort, but mentally you are not disturbed by that. So through that, then one is able to help. So with that state of mind, the wish to be greatest help and benefit, not just temporary help and benefit, but to really help them to overcome the very root of all this problem and suffering, that is the karma and the delusions. If you can help them to overcome their own delusion and karma, then you are able to help them to free from all the suffering permanently. And to be able to do that, then of course, you yourself need to be enlightened. And so therefore, the wish is to achieve enlightenment for that purpose. And so therefore, even though you might have a wish to achieve enlightenment, but sometimes we might have a lot of doubt. Can I achieve enlightenment? Is it possible for me? Is enlightenment possible in general, especially when it comes to, can I achieve, so you might have doubt about your own ability, yourself, doubt and that can be obstacles again, when we have that kind of doubt, when we have that kind of, when we don't have that, when you don't have enough self-confidence in your own potential, your own ability, then again, that become another obstacle. And so next one is more how to overcome that kind of obstacles of self-doubt about being able to achieve enlightenment or not. So I think that is where he comes next. And to overcome that doubt, then there are certain different way of contemplating analytical meditations. And so there, that is where, with the verse number 7, how could I become enlightenment? So that is sometimes a doubt arises in our mind, It's not possible. How I cannot achieve enlightenment. It's not possible for me, not having the trust, not having the confidence in yourself, How could I become enlightenment? When such thought arises, then here, don't excuse yourself with such dependencies, that do not allow yourself to doubt in such a way your own abilities and your own potentials. The Buddha declared the truth, has truly spoken and proclaimed, that if they bring forth the strength of perseverance, any individual, any sentient beings, even the bees and flies, what is the next one? GNAT, what, genet? I don't. Nuts and grubs will gain supreme enlightenment, so hard to find. So then, is reminding yourself, the Buddhas who is known to be enlightened and who doesn't tell lie, and there's no reason for him to lie in that way. And Buddha said, if you put perseverance, effort in your practice, even such as bees and flies, even they can achieve enlightenment. Even they have the, what you call the Buddha nature, or the potential to become enlightened. And if you believe, if you trust the Buddha and his words, he has said that. So then again, reminding ourselves, if Buddha has said each and every living being, sentient beings who have that consciousness can achieve enlightenment, because everyone has that potentials. what we call Buddha nature or the potential to become fully enlightened. And because we have that potential, if we put effort in our practice, anyone can achieve that enlightenment. So based on trust and belief in Buddha's words, then you can also believe in yourself. He said that. Sometimes we might not believe ourselves, but we might believe someone who can see our potential. Do you get it? Sometimes, I might not trust my potential, my own, but then I have someone who I trust and who is expert in that, and they see, oh, you have all this talent and you have all these good things. If you can work on that, you can make it. And based on that person, because my trust in that, his expertise, his or her expertise in that, then I can develop more confidence in myself, my ability, and more self-confidence based on that. Similarly here, with the Buddhas. So that is, so even the supreme enlightenment, which, that if that's verse number 19, and if by birth and lineage humankind, I'm able to distinguish good from ill and do not live aside the both of deeds, how should I not attain the state of Buddhahood? So then, if even those bugs can achieve enlightenment, if they put effort, then reminding ourselves, keeping, at least I'm born as a human being now. Compared to those bugs, we have bigger brain, we have, more mind to be able to distinguish better, things, to be able to use our intellect more better, reasoning, logics, all of that better, the ability to distinguish good and bad, because our brain, bigger brain, and with that, we have better ability to distinguish, what is the cause of suffering, what is the cause of happiness, what need to be abandoned, what need to be practiced, what is the cause of happiness that we need to develop, what is the cause and condition of suffering that we need to avoid. We have better ability to do that. With that, because we have that better ability and stronger potential on that perspective, so if we do not live aside the both of our deeds, if we continue to engage in both of our deeds, by cultivating true love, compassion, bodhicitta mind, and through the practice of generosity, moral discipline, patience, joyous effort and virtue, and so forth, why should I not attain state of Buddha? How will I not attain in Buddhahood? Because, the potential is there, and if you create the right cause and condition, definitely I will achieve enlightenment. Definitely I could achieve enlightenment. So through that kind of contemplation, meditation, you try to build and develop stronger self-confidence and not have self-doubt, that I can achieve the enlightenment, that I can achieve that. So, so that is, so then another doubt could arise, another self-doubt of the ability to achieve enlightenment. Well, yes, I have the potentials to, this Buddha nature and potentials. And if I create the right cause and conditions, not give up the Bodhisattva deeds, if I practice the Bodhisattva deed, I could achieve enlightenment. But the Bodhisattva deeds, the practice are too difficult. I know that I have potentials and all of that, but really to practice the Bodhisattva deeds is not easy. So again, sometimes, therefore, because it's not easy, I don't think I can practice all of that. I might not be able to practice that. Therefore, I might not be able to achieve enlightenment. So that kind of, again, another self-doubt could arise. And again, if such self-doubt arises, then again, we have to overcome that self-doubt by contemplating from different point of view. And so that is where that I must give away my life and limbs, alarms and frightening me. So he said, when we engage in Bodhisattva practice, there's a mentioning of giving up your all wealth, your virtues, even your body, your life, even it needs, even your limbs, life. That is not possible for me, how I'm not ready and I don't feel ready and to be able to give my body and limbs and all that, it seems it's something I cannot do. It's something I cannot. If I cannot do that, then that seems like I cannot follow the Bodhisattva deeds. If not, then I cannot achieve enlightenment again. So, such your terror is misplaced. If you have such doubt and that make you frightening, or you have self-doubt, then that such terror or doubt is misplaced and confused. You fail to see what is hard and what is easy, And so here, because we think it's too hard at the moment to engage such practice, isn't it? So we feel it's too hard to do such practice. And so here he's saying, it's all relative. If you compare with something, it's not hard, it's easy. We feel it's hard from one point of view, from one perspective. But if you look from another perspective, from another angle, it's not hard, it's easy. It's all relative. How you look at it, from what angle you look at it. And it's same, like even on physical level, it's same. What is hard, what is easy. For some, conquering Mount Everest is easy. They feel easy. There are guys who does in 24 hours, 40 hours, frequently, all the time, as though they are just going for a jog, hike, And then there are, who can do it, but they maybe more training, more time, all of that. And so it is all relative, It's all relative, whether it's easy or relative. It depends on individuals, their trainings. It's all relative, isn't it? And that will be same with many all the things on physical level, on mental level, emotional level. What is hard, what is easy? There's no ultimate hard or easy. It's all relative. It's all relative, For someone who is in good shape, someone who is trained well, someone who has that kind of strong mind, climbing Mount Everest is not a difficult, hard is easy. For someone who is not that kind of conditions, it can be hard. For someone, hiking 2 miles might be very hard. someone who is not in shape, who is not trained, who is not fit, all of that, it can be very hard. For most people, it will be easy. Hiking for 2 miles, 1 mile can be easy, relatively. So again, it's all relative, it's all relative. But the problem is when we think it's hard, we in our mind, it feel like it's not a relative. It feel like it is a kind of, we cling and grasp as it is ultimately hard by itself, instead of seeing it as something, relative. When you train in certain way, it can become very easy. It's not hard. It's all, the concept of hard is all in your mind, so that so one way of thinking here, that way here now, because from thinking from one perspective, it feels like it's hard. But if you contemplate and analyze and think from different perspective, you might not feel as hard, relatively. And that's where here's for myriads of ages, for evilness, for countless ages, measureless, uncounted, your body has been cut, impaled, burned, thrown for times past numbering, and none of this has brought you Buddhahood. So from Buddhist point of view and some other, spiritual point of view, it's not one lifetime, many lifetimes, many lifetimes. And in many of those, our lifetimes, we have been burned and we have been cut, we have been killed, we have been slaughtered, we have been cut into pieces many times, as an animal or as another beings. When we are animal, we have been slaughtered, put in the, pieces, sometimes burned alive by another beings or by nature, like when there's fire, wildfire, sometimes we're freezing to death. All kind of things have happened, but it has not led to any enlightenment. We are still in samsara, still suffering. Even though we have gone through all this, not one time, so many times in the past, so many times. Compared to that, whatever little hardship we need to put effort in our practice is very easy. Do you get it? Compared to what we have already gone so many times, compared to that, you have been cut into pieces, slaughtered, butchered so many times, that you have been burned alive so many times. Compared to that, the hardship that we might need to go, the effort that we might need to put to engage in this both of the deeds or practice, compared to that, it's easy. It's not as daunting. Do you get it? So that's again, it's all in your mind. All in your mind. When you compare in that way, then you see, oh, this is not as hard compared to that one. So therefore, in next 20 seconds, is the hardship suffered on the path to Buddhahood are limited to that extent. Compared to that, those hardships are not as hard as that. It is not as limitless or immeasurable like that one. And likened to the pain of and incisions made to cure harm of inward ills. Mm. The next one, coming to that one, with the example. And all the doctors cure by mean, okay. Bitter remedies, likewise to destroy the vast amount of pain, we should be patient with our little hurt. So, just as we are willing to go through certain hardship in order to achieve bigger goal, don't we, in our life? We are willing to go through some hardships, some challenges, some difficulty in order to achieve higher goal in our even ordinary life. Even in terms of treatment, nobody wants to go through surgeries and all that come after the surgeries and all of that in general. But when you have certain illness and going through that surgery, if it helps to cure that, we are willing to go through a little bit of that hardship, willing to go through that surgeries or whatever treatment it requires, don't we? Because we know by going through a little bit of that hardship, a little bit of that challenges, even though because you can cure the illness that is bothering you, and that will bother you if you don't do that treatment. So to cure the illness completely, we are willing to go through some hardships. And that is the same with many things in our life, and our hardship, the willingness to go through studies, schools, training, all of that, so that with the hope that because that could make our life more easier later. So here is saying, for the better purpose of achieving enlightenment for yourself and all sentient beings, to go through some hardship is worthwhile. Do you get it? Going through some hardship, if we need to go, if there is a need of going through some hardship, difficulties, through some of difficult practices on the Bodhisattva path, if it leads to that goal of achieving ultimate happiness of fully enlightenment, the Buddhahood, for ourselves, for all sentient beings, is most worthwhile to go through that. It's worthwhile, just like the medicines, a cure. And therefore, here it says, likewise to destroy a vast amount of pain, in order to overcome all the delusion, all the sufferings that come through karma and delusion, permanently, completely, all the obscuration. We should be patient with our little hurts. We should be patient, the willingness to go through some hardship if it's needed, And once you have patience, once you have that kind of mindset, once you develop such mindset, being okay and being patient to the willingness or the patience to go through some hardships if it required, if it needed, if it manifests, when you have that mindset, that hardship doesn't become hardship. You don't feel it is hardship because mentally you are strong, prepared for that. you know. On the other hand, when you feel that, you know, I cannot deal with this much of difficulty, this much of challenge, this much of pain, this much of difficulties, and when it's little bit more than that, it becomes hard. You cannot deal it. It becomes unbearable. Something what is bearable? What is the measurement of being bearable, unbearable? You know? How much is bearable? How much is unbearable? How much is hardship? How much is easiness? A lot of time is in our mind. In our mind, where you put your, you know, what do you call, when you feel this is what I can handle, or this is the level that I can bear, this is the level of hardship I can go. Once it increases a little bit in that, then it becomes unbearable. It becomes hardship. It becomes. On the other hand, someone mentally prepared and their level of hardship, their level of unbearable become much, if it's 2 times higher, and mentally prepared for that, then even in that level, for them it feels easy. For them, they can feel easy. Yeah? So a lot of time, we are not talking physical, especially mental level, what is bearable, what is unbearable, what is hard, what is easy. A lot of time is in our mind, you know. And verse number, so in, you know, in normal treatments of illness, sometimes we have to go through, when the doctor give us treatment, you know, sometimes we have to go through, you know, some physical, you know, challenges, you know, physical discomfort, physical pains, in order to cure the illness, you know. And we, in that cases, we are willing to do that, you know. We are willing to do that. We are sometimes happily willing to do that, you know. So here he's saying 24, at the supreme healer, the Buddha, does not use, like them, the common remedies, you know, the bitter, you know, the hard, the difficult remedies. Instead, with a way of extreme tenderness, he soothed away the intense and boundless sufferings. Buddha being enlightened, not only boundless, limitless, unconditional, unbiased love, compassion, bodhicitta mind, but having the wisdom, you know, and having the most skillful means, you know, by having the wisdom to see what works for individuals, what works for you, what works for her, what works for him individually, what works for individuals. By knowing what you are ready or which you are not ready, what you are capable this time and not capable this time, according that he guides, he shows the path. And therefore, with that kind of tenderness, that kind of love, compassion, and skillful means, he doesn't ask you to do something which you are not ready now. Do you get it? That was one of the very skillful means with that wisdom. Just like a different children's, or students who might have different capacity. You can't give them same load of homework or same things. You have to guide them according to how much they can handle each time, and then slowly improve. That is exactly how the Buddha's guidance on the path. Therefore, even the earlier verses when he talked about in both of path, that will come also later. Giving up your own life, giving up your limbs, if it is required, giving up all your wealth, everything. He asked them, or he advised to them, when you are ready. When you are not ready, he discouraged from doing that. He doesn't encourage. He actually discourages from doing that when you are not ready. So therefore, it's all about guiding, leading to your present level and how much ready and suitable in all of that. And that is where, the difference. So therefore, with that, then here the message: you shouldn't be fearful of that, fearful of such practices. Do you get it? When you first hear Bodhisattva practices, in Bodhisattvas, they will give their life, they will give their even part of the body, limbs, all wealth. You think, oh, this is not path for me. Do you get it? You feel, oh, this is not the path for me. I can never do that. That scares you. That frightening you. And that brings you self-doubt. Oh, this is not something I can do. But when you, like as Shantideva here said, the advice, the path is such that, you don't have to be fearful that such practice are much more advanced bodhisattvas. And when you are much more advanced, when you feel ready, you wouldn't have any fear like we have now. Do you get it? You wouldn't have any hesitation, fear, and doubt like we have. When we are still in this level, when you still have doubt, when you still have that kind of fear, you are not encouraged to practice. Instead, you are discouraged to practice. We build up slowly. So that is where our guide instructs us to begin. So that is our guide here, meaning the Buddha. Okay? Our guide, the Buddha, instructs or gives us advice to begin by giving vegetable, green or other little things. Later, step by step, habit once acquired, you may be able to donate your flesh. So that is how we train. It is said, there is a stories of, again, training in generosity, giving. It is in one of the stories, it mentioned there was one, persons, disciples, Buddha's disciple. At the very beginning, she was having a very difficult with practicing generosity, Just again, we all are good at certain things and not so good at certain things, Some people are very generous, but they might not be so good at certain other things. Some people are good at certain things, but they might not have good at generosity. Some are good at moral discipline, not great at generosity. Some are good at generosity, maybe not moral discipline. Some of them are good at patience, but not when it comes to generosity and moral discipline. Or some of them might be good at patience or generosity or both, but not good at moral discipline, but not good at patience, like that. So this disciple practitioner has a very difficult of practicing generosity. you know. She couldn't even give anything. She was struggling. So Buddha, with his skillful means, it might sound very kind of, like a silly or joke, but it works. Mind training is like that. So the first thing Buddha advised is give from one hand to another hand. Do you get it? Something that, because he was having difficult giving to someone. So the first is training from giving from one hand to another, thinking he's giving to someone else, but giving from her hand to hand. And that was how she started doing. Once she started to feel comfortable with giving from one hand to another, then Buddha asked, give a very small thing, someone who is very close to her, which she feels close. She's able to do that slowly with the time. She's able to give very small things, someone she feels close. And that is how the training is. And slowly you get used to that. You get used to that idea. And when you start doing it and you get used to it, you started enjoying it. You don't have the fear that you had before. Do you get it? The fear of giving. Not only you lose the fear of giving, you started to enjoy doing that. And then slowly she's able to get better and better and give more and more and to more and more people. And that is how the skillful mean of practice and guidance. And that is here is saying also at the very beginning, when we are not so used to it, we just try to practice giving, generosity with material things. Even with material things, maybe at the very beginning, if we have difficult giving something valuable, maybe less valuable for you, which you will be more comfortable to practice of giving that. And then slowly training your mind to give even more valuable. And not only someone you are close, but also to someone, strangers and others. And that is part of the training. Just like our body training, when you are training physically, you start with small exercise, small amount of exercise, small movements, not so much movements. And then as you get better, your body then you start with more complex movement and more longer durations, and that is how slowly so your body get used to it and you get really good at that. Not only physically, that is how mentally, that is your training. The way we train our body, similarly, we start with the easy one, and slowly, expand it a little bit more difficult and more difficult. And when you are good at that, it is no more difficult for you. Something you feel difficult now, at that point, you don't feel it's difficult because you are used to that, because you have trained yourself. And so, so that is what I say. Then when you are really good at that, when you reach certain level of your practice, meditation, then even you give flesh, your own limbs, body, if it's needed. You wouldn't have any problem to give it with not only fear, but with a joy. It is possible. It seems difficult for us at the moment. There are many stories of bodhisattvas, including the Buddha's life as a bodhisattva before he became fully enlightened, And one famous kind of stories, is as a bodhisattva, one of his previous life, giving his flesh to a mother tigers. There's stories He was born in a royal family as a prince, and he has other two brothers. They are traveling with the entourage, with the Buddhas and others. And then they stop by a place, supposedly that is now in Nepal, Namo Buddha they call. A lot of people identify that place there. Anyway, so they stopped in the forest, resting. The three princes went into the forest, and then they came and saw a mother tiger with 5 cubs. She was so weak. Seems like she hasn't got any food. Seems like she was going to die. Her cubs are going to die because she cannot feed them. They are too small, And the Bodhisattva at that time, the Buddhas, felt incredible compassion, to see that the mothers and the cubs will die without being. And so he felt incredible compassion. He felt like he need to save, And so then they were coming back, but his compassion couldn't let him, and it's fooling. And then, as they were returning back to us, where their parents are waiting and the rest of the entourage, he told his brother, "You keep moving, I will come later. You keep moving, I will come a little later." Of course, his brother didn't have any mind that he was going to do that. So they keep moving, and he went back where he was, and he lay down. He took his clothes, lay down, but the tigers didn't eat it. The mother didn't eat it. Neither she has the energy or also eat. So then he broke branches from the tree, and he cut himself. And he started to blood, kind of. And then he lay down by the tigers and then started to lick the blood, and then slowly ate it. So again, there are many stories, not exactly in same, but many stories like that as a Bodhisattva. So in that case, he was not fearful. He was not worried, but there was a sense of joy and happiness to offer that, And that comes because someone has trained their mind and reached a certain point, So until you reach that point, you don't give, you don't do that. But when you reach, so therefore, when is the time that someone can actually give their flesh and body like that? When is the time? When is someone ready to do that? And so then that one, the next verses is about, for when you truly feel your bodies are no different from giving herbs, like medicinal herbs, What hardship can there be in giving, relinquishing your own flesh? So for example, there is a point when you give a vegetable to someone without any feeling of pain and so much, overwhelmed by the pain. When you reach a point when you give your flesh, your body, you don't feel so much pain, overwhelmed by the pain. Almost like giving vegetables. At that time, then, it's okay to give. And that time is when you have, direct realization, emptiness, and bodhicitta mind. And when you have such bodhicitta mind all the time, and wisdom realizing emptiness directly, you have no grasping, and you have no self-cherishings, no strong sense of self-cherishing, self-grasping. When you don't have that strong self-grasping, strong self-cherishings, then even someone cut you, you don't feel so much pain. You don't become overwhelmed by that pain. By the power of that internal realization of the wisdom relaxing emptiness directly or selflessness directly, and the selflessness mind of Bodhisattva. Is it possible that actually someone can not feel and overwhelmed by the pain? It's hard for us to think, isn't it? Because
It's just very interesting. Our family motto is paddle till you puke. So it's
paddle until?
you puke. Till you vomit.
Okay, okay.
So, and it took me 5 years to break my pain barrier as a Mahatma.
Uh-huh.
And as a result, I didn't want to puke anymore. It was like you were in this other blissful, it's like you're in this blissful realm. For 3 days I was blissed out.
Mm-hmm.
Came out of it unwilling to compete.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, so it's like you're having some kind of experience that's way beyond that level. But it's interesting here are this group of people who get off on pain as like beyond anything they can endure. Every single day spending like 6 hours a day trying to do it. So and blissing out on it.
Mm-hmm.
So it's people are transforming their thinking about what pain is all about
Mm-hmm.
in the athletic world.
Yeah. And again, as I mentioned, is hard to conceive or understand and believe that you can reach at such point. Even when at the very beginning, when I first saw such statement, it's not only this text, you see in other also texts as well. I was wondering whether it's possible, is there some exaggerations, But then over the years, as I think, contemplate more and more, I'm coming to more and more closer that is possible. That is possible. The power of the mind is such. The power, because at the moment we don't understand the power of the mind, and it's hard to digest and see the possibility. But I think once we really understand the power of the mind, I think we can see the possibility of that, even though we don't have experience of that. One of the things that came in my mind was, this is more positive side. On negative side, both are because of the mind. Okay? When someone gets so angry in the moment of so much anger and passions and anger, even they are being cut, sometimes they are not aware they are being cut. Do you get it? They don't feel the pain. Even though their feet has been cut, even their hand has been cut, even in war sometimes, they are not even aware they have been cut. Even it's bleeding, sometimes they are not even aware. The mind of rage or anger or passion, whatever that is, so strong, so powerful on physical level. Normally, if they are in not that state of mind, even small cut, even small prick, they will feel that pain. Don't we? Yeah. Even it's very small, you will feel it. But when you are so overpowered by that kind of whatever that mind, rage or passions or whatever that, they don't feel that how as much as they have that strong mind. It could be maybe for a few minutes, maybe even hours, or maybe even days. Before that, their mind started to kind of, that feeling started singing, and then they started to feel the pain. They started to notice, oh, I've injured myself, or I've been cut. Then they begin to notice that because they started to feel that. little bit, and then when they see that, if that is possible on negative side, why not is possible when you have such incredible amount of unconditional, unbiased, true love, compassion, the Bodhisattva mind, all the time. All the time is not just like one moment, 24 hours, that feeling. On top of that, you have this wisdom realizing emptiness that cut any sense of the idea of me or self or I, that kind of self-grasping ignorance completely. When combined with those two strong minds, the wisdom realizing selflessness directly, an incredible amount of compassion, then it's possible that just like the other negative side, on positive side, that you don't feel the pain. At least, for me, that is, I begin to see the possibility of that, not because of my experience, but from experience from the being kind of, sometimes when you are certain emotion, you don't feel it, or also seeing from others, and then when on positive side, then when you see that, then after that kind of contemplating, analyzing, now I feel and believe that is possible. Not because of my experience, but with all this kind of reasoning, logics, and I feel it is possible for someone to reach a point where they might not feel so much physical pain by the power of mind, by power of such mind. We cannot underestimate the power of the mind. We cannot underestimate the power of the mind, even both on positive side, negative side. Both on positive and negative side.
We had a good lesson. Yeah, we had a good lesson, I think, and I'm speaking for myself, with Arunas, with how he maintained his mindfulness in his journey, and how he was so honest with himself.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely, on certain level, in a small level, I think I have also noticed, just like as you mentioned about Arunas, also like, for example, Lama Lunduf, one of our teachers, he had cancer. And the nurse who was taking care of him, she's specialized in taking care of such, that is her professional. She flew, because she was student of him, so she flew from New Zealand to take care of him, his last kind of, because she has expertise in that. And my teacher didn't want to take the, morphine, because he wanted to be, his mind wanted to be fresh, because that morphine can make your minds kind of unclear. So he didn't want that. He wanted to kind of be able to do his practices and to be able to die with that. So he didn't want, and and when it's so unbearable that he told them to do very small amount, and that was how it. And she says in her 25 years, she have never experienced something like that, that someone can actually deal with that pain normally without that kind of strong morphine for that kind of stages that he was going in that. She was amazed. She says in her 25 years in that field, she had never, and again, I think it's power of his mind. His power on physical level is more or less same. And so therefore, there are many individuals, it's not like he didn't experience pain at all, but through his power of mind, he's able to kind of deal with that. There was little pain. but still, he didn't feel unbearable or as strong as many others would feel, you know. But here we are talking even much more higher than that, where you don't even feel, you know. So anyway, so that is what it means here, okay? And so that is where we are coming, because we are talking about when you are ready with your practice, when you have all the tools and you are ready, then engage in such practice is not difficult, it's easy. Do you get it? When you are not ready and not prepared, when you don't have the tool, then it is difficult. And when it's difficult, then you shouldn't do it. Here it is saying, you know, you start with something easy one, and you develop and you practice. And when it comes to point where even that difficult become easy, then that is when is. And if that comes the case, then you don't have to be frightening, or you don't have to be fearful of that you might have to give up your own body, life, flesh at one time in futures on your path. Because at that time, you will have prepared yourself, you will have all the tools, practice. That doesn't make you difficult or hard, where you feel easy. And on the basis of that, then it says you shouldn't be so also self-doubting and as that, because you think it's too difficult. Because when you reach that point, it wouldn't be too difficult, it will be easy. Yes, Seth?
So I can sort of like see the possibility wherein you said the positive and the negative minds come together, and you know, that there is a possibility wherein you could give a limb, you know, or part of yourself. But how do you how do you realize that possibility wherein you'll start to enjoy that, or like how do you see that? I'm still not able to comprehend that
Okay.
side. Yeah.
Thank you. Well, one is when you pinch yourself, see whether you feel the pain or not. You pinch yourself and feel whether you are feeling the pain or not. You put some kind of needles and see whether you can feel the pain, whether you can deal with that pain or not, you know. So that is small indications how much mental power we have not to feel that pain or overpowered by that pain, you know. And so, but of course, you know, first of all, we study about what is true love, compassion. We study about what the Bodhisattva is mind, and then seeing ourselves whether I have that mind or not, you know. In order to recognize whether I have that mind, Bodhisattva mind or not, first we have to study what that mind are and how to develop and what those mind are. So then we can, when we look within ourselves, you will be able to be aware whether you have true love or is attachment, whether it's true compassion or attachment, whether you have true Bodhisattva or not, you know. So in that way, if we don't, so that is one thing. And same with the wisdom realizing emptiness, whether you have the wisdom realizing emptiness or not, again, we have to understand what is the emptiness, you know, and then, you know, whether our wisdom realizing that emptiness correct or not, again, we have to have some, through study, we have to have some ideas, and then check ourselves, and sometimes if we need the help of other experienced teachers, experienced students who can help us to see our wisdom, our compassion is the what really true compassion and true wisdom, or, and so those with our own experience, and then with the support and help with others, we might be able to identify and recognize where I am in terms of my spiritual practice, in terms of my spiritual experience realizations. So those are the something that we, so here the saying, when you have what we call in terms of the path, both of the path, they are like both of the path of accumulation, preparation, seeing, meditations, like that. So when you are in the path of seeing, when you have direct realization of emptiness, and the Bodhisattva mind you already have from the very beginning of the first path, and the wisdom realizing emptiness you already have from the middle stages of the first path, and then towards, but still you need to go quite further before you reach the next step of the path. And when you're on that path, then it is like that, it comes to a stage like that. It's described here. Then because your Bodhisattva mind is so strong, because your wisdom realizing emptiness is so strong, that you don't feel pain so strongly, and so, yeah. And also another reason why when you reach certain state of path, certain stage of your realization through training with the easy one and progressing slowly to the difficult, which we feel difficult at the moment, and slowly it becomes more easier and easier, And if it becomes easy, then you don't have to be scared and fearful of that practice. Nor you have to have self-doubt because it's easy. We started to have more doubt when we feel it's too difficult. And so therefore, again, another meditations or another way of contemplating, analysis here is verse number 27, where sins are being abandoned, all your negative karma, as you progress on your path, you create less and less negative karma because our mind is improving, our mind develops. So you create less and less negative karma. And whatever negative karma we might have created in the past started getting purified and cleansed as you go further and further. In that way, then the sin or negative karma has been abandoned. And therefore, if there is no negative karma, that is the cause, one of the main cause of the physical pain, thus there is no physical pain. If there is no cause for physical pain, there is no physical pain. The physical pain is combinations of negative karma and certain other factors, immediate cause and condition factors. So it is combination of that. And so when there is no more of the negative karma, is not exactly same, but if it can be, some people. This is more to do with the mental state, but on physical level, certain people grow up in certain places, certain hardship, certain places, very cold places, but still they walk barefoot, After some time they get so used to it, they develop a very thick, skins, so they don't feel, they don't have such a, thin skin like us, where you feel even small calluses. So you don't feel that. So physically they started build up that kind of protections, and they don't feel so much cold from that environment. For other things, it's unbearable cold. Someone who is not in that kind of environment doesn't grow. When they go, is unbearable. They say, how can you manage that? It seems like you are having extreme pain or coldness, suffering of cold, but they don't feel that so much. Similarly, even we have the same body, same that, But when you don't have the cause, such as the karma and so forth, then you don't feel so much, of pain. So therefore, you wouldn't. Thus, there is no pain, physical pain, because there is no cause for physical pain. Through having wisdom, there is no more sorrow. And as you progress on your path, as you develop more and more wisdom. That is part of the journey on a spiritual path. As you make more progress, and as you have more and more wisdom, you don't have mental sorrow, mental pain. Do you get it? No mental pain, no mental sorrow, because of the wisdom. You are able to see things differently than how we see it. We are suffering and we have sorrow because we see in certain way something that feel like is undesirable, unwanted. But then when you have this through wisdom, when you are able to see things differently, you feel differently, you have different experience. And so therefore, at that point, then you have no more sorrow. For so it is the mind and body, both are injured by false view and sinfulness. So here, the reason why we have sorrow, suffering in mind is because of not having the wisdom instead of false views. The reason why we feel sufferings on the physical level is because of our negative karma and certain other immediate cause and conditions. And so when there is no more those two causes that create physical and mental pain and suffering, there is no more physical and mental pain and sufferings. If there is no mental pain and suffering, everything's easy. Do you get it? It's easy to do. It wouldn't be so difficult. The difficult is when we feel the pain and suffering. Because we cannot handle, we cannot deal, we cannot bear the pain and suffering, and therefore we have resistance. Therefore we are fearful. Therefore it becomes difficult for us to do that. But when you don't have any pain, physical and mental pain and suffering, then there's no resistance. There's no difficulty. There's no fear. So again, with that understanding, we learn, I don't have to be fearful of those Bodhisattva practice. I don't have to do it at the moment, but when it comes that point, I wouldn't have all this pain, so therefore it will be easy at that time. So instead of being discouraging, it should encourage you. Do you get it? By knowing when you reach there, at that point, you have no pain and suffering, so therefore it's not difficult, it's easy. And that is how we try to build more courage towards the Bodhisattva practice. Towards the Bodhisattva practice, more confidence, more courageous, instead of being fearful about those practices by believing and thinking they are too difficult. Room number 28. Not room number 28. Page, verse number 28. So maybe I'm thinking of another room. Maybe our morning room was maybe 28. And verse number 28, merit is the cause of body's ease, while happiness is had through the understanding. So on the other hand, On other hand, as we progress on our path, as we practice, and as we make progress on our path, as we steadily, gradually, steadily make more progress, from entering the path, first path to the second level of path, second level to the third level path, and like that in progress, we started to create more virtues, more merit, more positive karmas. And when we create more virtues, more positive karma, more merit, we create more cause and condition to have better physical health. Better physical health, better, less pain on even on physical level, less pain, less sufferings, but more, ease, more better health, On the other hand, as we progress on the path, we started to have more and more wisdom, more understanding and more wisdom of the realities and all of that. With that kind of more understanding of reality, and then, we have, with that wisdom and understanding, it gives us more and more mental joy, mental peace, mental happiness. And so when you have physical good health, ease, as well as mental joy and happiness, wouldn't you be excited instead of fearful? Instead of fearful, wouldn't you be excited? So through that understanding, instead of being fearful of the Bodhisattva practice, we develop more excitement, more joyfulness, in those practice, because that will lead us in that directions through that understanding. So that is through that and understand, overcoming the fearfulness, overcoming the self-doubt, the doubt of our ability to practice such practices, such bodhisattva practice or not, and by, instead of seeing it's too difficult or too hard, through that understanding, seeing, when you reach that point, it wouldn't be so hard, so difficult, it would be easy. And through that, then you have different perspective and different change. And then, instead of fear, and instead of fear, it develops you more kind of excitement. Instead of self-doubt, it gives you more self-confidence. Instead of seeing as difficult, you feel is more easier. So do you see it? How different feelings, state of mind can be changed by seeing things differently, and that is the meditation, is trying to see the things from different point of view, from different angle, different way of looking at that. And that is what a lot of the analytical meditations, we have certain feelings, certain emotions, certain delusions based on certain perspective, And we have certain perspective by looking at from different point of view. And if we learn to look from different point of view and different perspective, then we can have different feelings, different experiences, and different state of minds. So that is what here, that is where, again, whole meditation practice is. What can sadden those who have compassion, who remain within samsara for the sake of beings? So for Bodhisattvas, even they remain in samsara as long as is required and needed to be benefit and help to others, for the well-being of others. They will be not discouraged. They will not be overwhelmed by the suffering. They will not be saddening by the situation in the samsara because of their incredible compassion and wisdom. Because of their incredible compassion and wisdom, because of their incredible compassion, they will not have the fear and discourage to benefit and help others, to be in samsara where there's full of pain and sufferings. They will not be discouraged. They will not have fear of that because of their incredible compassions. They will be not overwhelmed by the sufferings and the pain that they see around the world, around them, by the wisdom. Through having that wisdom, while they feel the pain and sufferings, but they'll not be overwhelmed by that through the wisdom. And so therefore, so then you are not afraid and fear to be in samsara, to be benefit for others. You are not trying to escape. You will not try to feel that you need to escape, and run away. Instead, while being in the world where there's full of pain and suffering, you are not afraid to be in such environment, to be benefit. And that is what there is a stories, many of you some of you might have heard Dalai Lama, the seventh Dalai Lama, at the time that his life was coming to an end, some of his friends, colleagues, disciples said, you have been such a great practitioners, wonderful practitioners and masters, that after the death, you will be born in a pure land, where there's no suffering, no problems, And he said, I have no interest. I have not one interest of being born in such place. I would rather come into samsara where there's a lot of suffering and pain so he can be benefit. That is the Bodhisattva attitude. Do you get it? That is the Bodhisattva attitude. You have two options. Where there's no pain and suffering, you can live the rest of your life without any suffering, pain, feeling yourself or anyone around you feeling pain and suffering. You don't have to deal with that, overwhelmed by that. Or you have other option where there's full of pain and suffering, that what you have to see, you have to deal every day. If you don't have enough compassion, you will go for the place where there's no suffering. But someone who has incredible compassion and bodhisattva, they will choose to be in samsara where there's more suffering so they can be benefit to others. And such is also like, I was talking about one of the teachers about that when he died of cancer and about morphine. He didn't want to take that. When he was dying, a couple of days before he died, Lama Sopa Rinpoche, another teacher, my teacher that we spoke this morning, who doesn't sleep, is also Lama Lundup's teachers. So, he was also in Nepal at that time. And so he came to visit him a couple of days before he passed away. And someone was taking a video when they were, meeting. And then He was very weak, he was very weak. So, it's almost like whispering, You can hear, but like almost like whispering, So he was making offerings, of some offerings and katas, scarf, and others offerings, and to his guru, his teacher Lama Sobat Rinpoche there. And his last kind of request to his guru is that, please bless me. If it is best for me to be in hell realms, please bless me to be born there. That was his last request to his guru. That required incredible courages and compassions. If there is hell, nobody wants to be born there. If there's a way that I can request my guru to protect me from such places, that is how you feel like. But he didn't request him to save him from lower rebirth, but actually he requested him to bless me. If that is the best place for him to be benefit, bless me to be born there. Such is Bodhisattva attitude. So what it shows, when you have such incredible compassion, Bodhisattva mind, you are not afraid. You are not fearful, afraid of the suffering and to help the suffering beings. And so therefore, again, we also, if only we can develop such compassion and bodhicitta. Do you get it? Only if I can develop such attitude, such mind of true compassion, bodhicitta, And when we are able to develop, then we don't have to be so fearful of the sufferings. And next verses, for through their power of bodhicitta, so bodhisattvas, former sins are totally consumed, through the power of the bodhicitta, conventional bodhicitta, ultimate bodhicitta mind, you don't create more negative karma, and you consume or purify and burn all the previous negative karma. A merit, ocean vast is gathered in. Each moment, each second, through the power of the ultimate and bodhicitta mind, you continue to create virtues and merit and positive karma, by the power of that mind. Not only when you are helping and benefiting others directly, but even when you are not helping and benefiting them directly, through that wonderful power of that mind, you continue to create incredible amount of merit, virtue, positive karma each time, each moment. It is therefore such bodhisattvas, it is therefore said that they excel the sarvagas. Therefore the bodhisattvas are known as more supreme than those sarvaga who work for their individual liberations. Do you get it? There are two practitioners. There are two kinds of practitioners. One practitioner is to achieve their individual liberations, free from all the delusions, all samsara, all the sufferings and to achieve moksha or nirvana for yourself. And their practice is directed towards that. The bodhisattvas are those who are not working or on the path for their individual moksha or individual liberation, but they are working for the benefit or for the liberation and moksha of all sentient beings out of their great compassions. And because of such compassion, bodhicitta mind and the wisdom, therefore the Buddha has explained they are more supreme or superior than other disciples. Buddha has both kinds of disciples. Buddha has both kinds of disciples, and even in Buddhism you can have different practitioners who's different with different spiritual goal. And so that here, the author is saying, Buddha is explained among those two practitioners, the Bodhisattvas are more supreme because of that incredible compassion, the Bodhicitta mind. Mounted on the horse of Bodhicitta, who puts to flight all mournful weariness. What lucid person could be in despair, proceeding this way from joy to joy? So here, again, when one cultivates such compassion, bodhicitta mind, and when one enters the bodhicitta path, when with that bodhicitta mind, it's like the horse, riding that bodhicitta mind, you are going, from joyful to more joyful state, more peace to more peaceful state, from being more and more enlightened, more and more happy state, more and more joyful state. When you're that bodhicitta, by riding that, it's getting better and better and better. When you are on that path, how can anyone be so, instead of excitement, how can anyone be so despair and thinking or have fearful of such practice or such path? How can someone have such fearful and despair and doubt about such path? Instead, you should develop. When you understand that, you should develop more and more joyful, more and more excitement, more and more happiness to follow the path. Because by following that path, by riding that bodhicitta mind, things will only get better and better, not worse and worse. So with that, again, we tried, with that kind of meditation, contemplation, analytical, one tried to give more and more confidence in oneself, in our practice, in our path, giving more and more confidence, giving feeling of more and more hope, more and more hopeful, more and more confidence, and more and more joyful and excitement instead of fear, So up to here, he explained the three. This morning we talked about the three obstacles to develop a strong practice and enthusiasm in virtues. Three obstacles: the laziness, inclination towards unwholesome, and then self-doubt or self-defeatist attitude. Do you get it? This morning. And then once you identify those three, then different meditation practice to overcome each of them, At the very beginning, through the meditation, impermanent, and especially the dead impermanence, how we can overcome the laziness and how we can overcome the inclination towards unwholesome, towards samsara and worldly things and unwholesome. And now here in the last verses, many of the verses is, through those different meditation, contemplation, analytical meditation, and how can we develop strong confidence towards this path and ourselves to be on this path, our ability, our potential, ourselves to be on both sides of a path, and so that is. And next, he come this morning. We also discussed, overcoming the obstacle and gathering the conducive conditions. Do you get it? And next he's coming about what are the conducive conditions. What are the conducive conditions to develop very strong diligence or perseverance or in virtues, a virtuous way or virtuous practice, and so then identifying those and then different practices to improve those states that can be very conducive condition or support our enthusiasm or our diligence in our virtues. So that is the way the next. Verse number 31, the forces that secure the good of beings, good of the beings. So the forces that protect, secure, that supports, the virtues or the goods of the beings, virtuous practices, virtuous wholesome practices or wholesome ways, and so there are 4 conditions here he described. Are aspirations, so one is the aspirations, the first conditions, supportive condition. Steadfastness, your mind. So all are mental state, your aspiration, aspiring mind, steadfastness in your mind, so again he will discuss what are those and how to achieve them through different practices, steadfast mind, that being strong mind, so changing so easily, one moment you feel like, interested, another moment you lose interest, one moment you feel inspired, the next moment you don't feel inspired, like that, but having a more fastness, more stable, more strong, that mind. Relinquishment, what is that one? More part in the go. What is relinquishment? Okay.
Giving stuff up.
Giving stuff back? I already did that. Joking. Relinquishing, yeah. So enjoy. Relinquish, it will come later, it is about finding the balance, it's finding the balance in your practice meditations, we will discuss that. Giving up, pushing yourself too much, where it can become obstacles. You push yourself so much, you burn out from your practice. Do you get it? Or sometimes, physically, mentally, emotionally, you burn out so much that you started to build up allergies towards your practice. Do you get it? When you hear meditations, I don't want to hear that. I don't want to do that. Because you have bad experience, memory of the bad experience. And the memory of that bad experience is because you push yourself too much. That is one of the, either we become too lazy or we push ourselves too much. Do you get it? In practice or anything, like sometimes we tend to go in one extreme to another. We are lazy, and then we try to build up enthusiasm and kind of encourage us to do more and that, and then you push so much to one extreme that you actually burn out, and then you end up having a bad experience, and then you started to develop some kind of resistance, and which I call allergy. You start to become allergy towards that, which is also not healthy and positive and good. So we will come. And so in this is kind of more kind of finding more balance. So having aspirations in your practice, your virtues, and then when you practice the virtues of your practice, having more steady mind, Steadiness or continuity is more important for the more success, long-term, better result. Instead of doing so much when you feel inspired and not doing anything when you don't feel inspired. Do you get it? That is what we do with a lot of time. When we are trying to get in a physical shape, sometimes you are inspired, you do so much, and then you don't do anything for a long time, and again, you are back to where you used to be. Or you become so lazy and uninspired, you don't do anything. Instead, finding a right amount balancing where you don't do so much, but that keeps steady. And so then, you are able to keep your fitness, health better in more kind of steady. And same with anything, same with our practice too, Sometimes you feel sometimes you feel lazy and you don't do for days, weeks, months, and sometimes you inspire and then you start doing so many hours and that and back and forth. And in long term, it doesn't have a good result. Whereas even you don't have a long hours of practice, even it's a short practice, meditations, if you do steady, in long term you will have better result from that. And then relinquishing or the balance, and then joy is another aspect. Joy in your practice, your meditation and practice. Finding a joy, finding a joy in your meditation, and finding a joy in your practice, finding a joy in whatever virtues you do, instead of feeling burdened. Do you get it? Feeling, instead of doing happily and joyfully, feeling like I have to do because I have to be a good human being. I have to be a kind person. Do you get it? I have to be a good practitioner. There's some kind of pressure. Do you get it? There's some kind of pressure to living up to some kind of driving you pressure to be, and so there you are doing so you don't enjoy so much in doing. You do out of pressure from different, sometimes cultural pressure, society pressures, your own pressures, pressure built up at different things, pressure, sometimes society build up pressures for us. Even if you don't enjoy something, that society pressure make you do something, but you do it because there's pressure from that. Not necessarily you enjoy doing that. Sometimes there's pressure from the others surrounding around you, and sometimes it's pressure by yourself. We create our own pressure, And when we do in that, then, sometimes we don't enjoy. And when you don't enjoy doing that, then again, in long term, then it is not so positive and it isn't good, healthy. It's hard to have that steadiness. The moment you feel that there's no more pressure, then you give up. You don't do it. Do you get it? Because you don't enjoy it. Why should I do it? I just did it because I'm being pressured to do that, whether it's by someone or by myself. So then finding the joyfulness in your practice and other key factors. Those are the 4. It doesn't mean these are the only factors, but here the author is coming with 4 factors that support your practice, meditation, and your virtues. So I can take some questions. I think there is question in online. Didn't we have some question from past? Yeah. Or anyone in person, please feel free.
I think it was in verse 24.
Okay.
It's about the Supreme Healer.
Supreme Joy.
The Supreme Healer.
Okay.
Yeah, it talks about the Supreme Healer.
Uh-huh.
And coming from a Judeo-Christian background, that sounds like a god.
Uh-huh.
And I've read Pema Chodron talking about monotheism is an addiction. And I'm just wondering if you could talk about the concept of a supreme healer, as I think you said something about Buddha, but
Uh-huh. Yeah, here the supreme healer refer to the Buddhas. And again, it's just a term. Here, when we say supreme healer, we are not talking about medical kind of healer, physical medical healer. We are talking about more of mental, about the delusions, and the Buddha is the supreme teachers or healers that can help us to heal from our afflictive emotions, delusions. That is where it is called supreme healer, because through his guidance, through his teachings, through his path, if we put those teachings, those practice, those method into the practice, then we can be healed from all these afflictive emotions.
but that's not praying.
No. It is not. Is getting. The way we do is, of course, the way we pray is not same like in every religion. They are different, even though we use the word same prayers. In Buddhism, prayer could mean many things, especially is more of aspirations. Like we have prayer or for immeasurable, for example, may all sentient beings happiness, cause of happiness. We are not praying to Buddha or anyone. We just wish. We just develop that aspiration for everyone to have happiness and cause of happiness. Everyone to have free from suffering and cause of suffering. Everyone to abide in equanimity. Everyone to not be separated from the happiness, true happiness. Those are prayers that we do every day. But it is more of aspiration, is more of training ourselves in that way. So, of course, there are certain prayers we request and pray to the Buddhas to give us blessing, inspirations, guidance, to heal ourselves, So through that kind of prayers, then, sometimes we might have some inspirations, some kind of, suddenly you feel more inspired than before. Suddenly maybe, or due to certain small other condition, cause and condition, suddenly you feel more devotion than before, or suddenly you might feel more compassion than before. Suddenly you might feel more inspiration for that. So that kind of time, that we request and we receive in that way, in that way, the blessings, the inspirations, and then the main healing is you do yourself. Okay? How you heal from the delusions, not just praying the Buddha to do that. We just ask for the blessings, inspirations, so that we can work with ourselves. And then we heal ourselves. So Buddha is like the doctor. As in the refuge, they give the examples. Buddha is like the example that can diagnose our problem and prescribe the right treatments. To cure, you have to take the medicine, the treatment itself. If you don't take the medicine, if you don't cure, the doctor cannot do anything. Even they know exactly what your problem is, even they know exactly what the solution is, they cannot fix. And so is the doctor who can diagnose exactly your problem and who can prescribe exact prescriptions. That doctor is supreme doctor, supreme healer. But to heal, then you have to take the medicine yourself, the treatment. Same way to heal, then we have to do the practice, And so just for praying the Buddha to heal and we not practicing, not doing, it doesn't help. It doesn't work that way in Buddhism. It doesn't work that way. Yeah.
My friend who's a Christian minister
Mm-hmm.
asked about hockey, and he said that you can pray
Mm-hmm.
for hockey, but if you're going to score goals, you have to practice.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah. 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 That is good example. That is good example. Yeah. Just by praying that you are not going to get a good score if you don't study. Yes.
Okay. I'll ask the question from the chat. What are good ways to increase our self-esteem and self-confidence so that we trust deeply in our practice?
Uh-huh.
Please.
Well, I think, studying, on the basis of studying, then meditating, as we mentioned, in the Buddha nature, one of them, that if we truly feel and believe that we have Buddha nature, that we can, the potential to become fully enlightened, then you will have more trust, confidence in yourself and your practice. If you truly feel and believe that. And to really truly feel, not because Buddha said or someone said, but because through your certain practice, meditation, you come to that understanding, feelings, and belief. If you come, then that definitely that will be help. So meditation on Tathagata Garbha or the Buddha nature can help to develop that kind of belief in that. Also, meditating on the nature of your mind, can also be helpful, by seeing how those different negative emotions, anger, hatred, strong desire, craving, greediness, jealousy, delusional pride, ignorance, and so forth, as well as, feeling of lazy and so forth, especially on mental level, and fear, worry, anxiety, all of that, when you meditate on them, you begin to see how all of those different feelings, emotions are kind of temporary, comes, goes. Due to certain cause and condition, it comes. It has never been there all the times. A lot of those feelings, emotion within, we are not born with that. We acquire that later by coming in contact with different environment, different conditions, whether it's a different people, whether it's a different other beings, or whether it's the environment that we live in. Due to that, then we started to have different state of minds and all of them. And so those are acquired much more later and due to cause and condition. So by understanding those are temporary and not permanent, And on the other side, also we not only there is all this negative state of mind, there are also positive state of mind within ourselves. Even though we might not feel all the time, but we have love, compassion. It feels sometimes, it doesn't feel all the time. Sometimes when you see someone is really pain, suffering, you feel that for them. Even though it's not the case all the time. And so, we have all this, again, love, compassion, sense of content, sense of patience. Even though we are not patient all the time, but there are times when we can feel patience. We can be patient, and understanding and all of that, also knowing there are all this state of mind. And also, if you continue to meditate and practice, how those state of mind can develop more stronger and stronger, from feeling that compassion once a while to feel that compassion all the time. How, being patient once a while, that we can develop through practice, meditation, how we can be patient all the time. Or how we can be patient with certain thing at the moment, but not, and through practice. So through that kind of meditations, when you see that, all these possibilities, those delusions, negative state of mind are temporary, and how this positive state of mind can be developed and increased to kind of limitless and very powerful. So then you can see how that can overpower the other negative emotions. And so again, when you are able to see that, not just through theoretically and through just reading the books or listening, but actually through your own practice, meditation, when you feel that, again, that will give you more confidence in your practice, in the path, because that is the path is about. The path of practice about how to reduce those harmful, negative feelings, emotions, and how to improve those positive, helpful feelings and that. And so through that certain practice, so when you do certain practice meditation, and try to focus on certain practice meditation for a certain period of time, so then you can start to feel small changes, small positive changes. If you see and feel small positive changes, that will give you more confidence in yourself and your practice. When you don't feel, you don't see any changes, then it doesn't give you so much confidence and in yourself and in your practice, because you feel like I've been doing this practice for how many years and I didn't see any positive outcome, any positive changes. So then that is not so encouraging and inspiring and doesn't give you so much of, but then, we learn all different practices and different tools, meditation, but for a certain period of time, we try to focus on certain practice meditations. And then when you focus on certain practice meditation over a period of time, then you will begin to see small transformations, small positive results, small change. And if you see that, even if it's not big at the moment, if you see some changing happening, some positive change, then that will give you some kind of encouragement and some kind of confidence in yourself, in your practice. So yeah, these are a couple of things that I think there are many others, but just a couple of things that we can try to apply. Uh-huh.
Just my own question.
Yes, please.
You gave a very sort of a detailed explanation, as well as you gave some outline as well, right? Sounded like an outline from Lamrim, because when you go through the verses, you start with precious human rebirth, death and impermanence,
Mm-hmm.
and then so I think, is there a structure to the verses, or
Yeah, in Shantideva, the structure is not like in Lamrim. Not only Shantideva, also many of the earliest writing, some of them, like for Shantideva, this is kind of spontaneous teachings that he gave. It wasn't like he actually composed this he gave these teachings spontaneously in that moment, and then people who were listening there in Nalandas, those scholars and all of them, monks, they started to transcribe them, and that is how the book came in about the text. And even among those who are listening, there seems different people heard differently. Some of them, some people heard with 9 chapters, some people heard it's 10 chapters. There was even kind of debate about that. And after that, he disappeared. After that spontaneous teaching, he disappeared in other part of the India, and finally they found out where he was, and they were amazed by his teachings, spontaneous teachings, because their impression of him at the very beginning was very negative. They saw him just eating, sleeping, and going to the restroom. That is all they saw him doing. And he didn't have good reputations. He even had a nickname, which says, who has only 3 things to do: eat, sleep, and go to the restroom. But he was very enlightened, and he was not sleeping, he was meditating. Even he's lying down. For most of the people, they thought he was sleeping, but he was meditating, contemplating, practicing while he was lying down. So anyway, so this was a teaching giving, let's say, spontaneously at that time. And then as he disappeared, then because they were amazed with the teaching that he gave, there was kind of, their mind was blown away, such a great teachings. And so they found out where he was, and then they sent some people went scholar and asked him, we heard 2 versions, which one is correct? And then he explained, and I think probably they did some, if they had some doubt or something, probably he might have helped with that a little bit. So there is no, the sequence is not same like Lamrim, Lamrim was written much more later and in more that kind of sequences, starting with Adisha's Lamb of the Path in 10 centuries, 10, 11 centuries. Adisha from also India when he came to Tibet. And when he composed that Lamb of the Path to the, that was when he came with this, the Lamrim kind of outline. And since then, that is how. So, but if you read many of the earliest writing of Shantideva or even Nagarjuna's, the sequences it comes here and there, it is not all in one. Even when you talk about generosity, it comes in many different chapters. Even when you talk about moral discipline, it comes in different chapters, some verses here and there, so whereas the way Lamrim is then, is structured all the teaching on that particular subject is kind of in one chapter, and so that there is slightly different with that outline. So it's more organized. Let's say the Lamrim way of outlining, and that is more organized, more systematic, and more organized in that way. Okay. So then we do the dedications. So then we can dedicate all our virtues, whatever virtues that we have created by being here today and by listening, spending our time, for the good health and well-being of all mother sentient beings. We also dedicate all the virtues to actualize the wisdom and Bodhisattva mind within the mind stream of ourselves and all sentient beings. And those who have already actualized, not to diminish, but increase and more and more. And we also dedicate all the virtues to achieve fully enlightenment and lead all sentient beings to that enlightenment. Yawadi nyudu da lama sangye dugyo ne dowa chi jama lupa te sala kwe barasho chanjo semjo rinpoche magye bana ke kyochi kewa nyamba mebaya kongle kondu pewarai. We also dedicate for the long and healthy life of His Own Dalai Lama and all the gurus, enlightened beings. Kanre rawe korwe shingam de pendan dewa malu chungwe ne jere singwang tenzin gyatso ye shape side badu tengyo. We can also dedicate for all the violence, all the killings, negative energies that are going in the world. May all those suffering, pain, violence come to the end, so there is more peace, harmony, and better relationship with each other. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Thank you. Good night. Thank you. Thank you.